everybody, today we're going to be doing a pretty rose tutorial in pastel pencil that I thought would be perfect for Valentine's Day. I've cut the paper to 8.5 by 11 inches, which is perfect for a document style frame that you can get just at Target or somewhere. And I thought this would make a good Valentine's Day gift to give someone. A nice DIY handmade Valentine's gift. And we're going to be doing the entire thing with the Stabilo CarbOthello pencils. No pan pastels, nothing else, just this. I will link the pencils and the reference photo down below. I will list the actual colors of pencils I use in case you don't want to buy the whole 60 set. And I will also list the 60 set in case you want to buy that. So let's get started. Today I'm also going to be trying out my new Faber-Castell pencil sharpener. It has a side for colored pencils, and this is for graphite and jumbo here. I already sharpened my blue pencil that I used to sketch out my drawing on here already with, and so far I'm really happy with it. So we'll continue to see if I'm happy with it. If I am, I will link that down below too. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my CarbOthello white. And actually, I probably will use the Faber-Castell Pitt pencil in white that I already have. I like it the best for highlights, and so that one will be the one pencil from the set that I'm going to be using. I will link that one down below. You can buy that just one individual pencil on Blick Art Materials, and I think you can get it on Amazon too. I'll check and see. But for now, we're going to use this white, and we're using this white just to add in the highlights. This white is not as strong as the other white. It's really just to sort of protect the area so that I can keep it as light as I want for when I go through with the other colors. So let's just do a thin layer of white everywhere where we see the highlights. And we'll be coming back and putting other colors down on top of this. This is just to try to preserve some of those areas that are the brightest. I chose to draw my sketch in with my blue CarbOthello pencil on this white paper. Normally, I would do a sketch on another sheet and then transfer it over with graphite paper, but the white, I'm using the white 9 by 12 sheet of Clairefontaine PastelMat, and I've cut it down to 8.5 by 11, so it fits that document frame I was talking about earlier. I really wanted the rose to glow, and so I didn't want to use a darker color of the pastel mat. But at the same time, this white gets dirty really, really easy, and it's very hard to get it clean again once it's dirty. So I didn't want to use any sort of graphite paper on this. So in this case, I very, very lightly sketched it in with my light blue CarbOthello pencil, and then I went over it with a medium blue just to finalize the design. And you can see some areas where the really light blue is poking through. The CarbOthello Stabilos do remove more easily from here than graphite. But in this case, when I was sketching it out, I wanted that. But now we have to be careful not to smudge our drawing. So be really careful not to let your hand rest anywhere on here. And again, we're just going through and putting in some of those highlights so they stay nice and white. Or light, I should say. They're not going to be white when we're done, but we do want them to stay pretty light. You're going to want to have your pencil pretty sharp for this. And you might be wondering why I chose blue for drawing out my design, and that is because I'm trying something new where I'm using contrasting colors, so if they peek through, it's a little pop of interest instead of just like a gray graphite or whatever too. That's another thing you can do here. Okay, what have we got up here? I think this goes like this. Okay. All right, I think that's all I'm gonna do there. All right, now let's get started on the background. Okay, here's where I'm gonna test something. So this is the strips that I cut off the edges, and I'm going to test here and see what I wanna do. So this is the 545, and I'm going to layer that. And then, oh, let's try layering. Is that pretty brown? I want to layer this over top of this and see what color that makes. All right, now I'm going to do it the other way around. A little of that with a little of this green over top. Okay, I like that better. So what we're going to do here now is go right in with our 704, and we're going to start coloring in the background. Let's try it like this. There. So I don't know if you can see, but I'm resting my arm on that so it's not touching the paper. I don't know if that works. I really got it for painting. I just thought I'd try it out and see how it works on here. And I'm not liking that. It's for painting only. All right, so just try to keep your hand from smudging the design. Do the best you can. It's probably going to get smudged a little bit. That's why I like to say tracing isn't cheating in the art world, I guess. But if you don't have the skills to draw by eye, it's going to make your life a whole lot harder. I know I'm probably going to smudge this drawing, and if I wasn't confident that I could redo it by eye, it would make this process a whole lot more stressful. But I am confident that I can draw it by eye because I drew it by eye to start with. But also, so it's not whether or not you're cheating if you trace. You really need the skills of being able to draw by eye, especially if you want to draw something really accurately. If you want to really do that realism, you need to be able to, if you smudge a drawing, fix it or put in the details accurately or what have you. All right, so, and speaking of which, right here, I'm going to add in the blurred out leaves that I didn't put in the original sketch. I wasn't sure if I wanted to include them, but now I've decided that I do. So I'm going to include that. We'll go around that. This pencil should really be sharper, but oh well. And let's see. There. I simplified it some. Okay. Now we're going to take our 545 and we're going to come over our background with this. And I know that looks kind of bright and scary, but we're going to smudge this all together and also layer some more colors on top. It will not stay this bright. We're mixing our own colors, really, on this paper as we go. So you can't be afraid to mix the color you need, even if it looks bright at first. Some of it's just experimenting and testing and whatnot. And sometimes you just go for it and hope for the best. Okay. And now down here, I'm going to switch to the 722. Whoops. Okay, so one thing about this pencil sharpener is it really is making a mess every time I open and shut it. So maybe if you're working with pastels, that's not the best idea. Making a mess on my paper. Let's just keep it open from now on. Okay. Add this down here. Okay, and then we're gonna glaze a little of this right on top. This also needs to be sharpened. Very lightly, we're going to glaze a little bit of this on top of here. Very lightly. You don't want it as bright here. If you look in the drawing, you can see that it's not as bright right here. Okay. And now we're going to switch to our 590. And I think what we're going to do here is add in just a little bit of darker spots for interest. Okay, and let's see, let's do a little 530 as well. And a little more of the 545. Don't worry about going over your lines. You actually do want to go over your lines slightly. Otherwise you get that sort of cardboard cutout feel to your drawing. You want to actually go over it slightly so that there's an overlap. All right. Let's do a little more of this lighter. Nope. Is that the right one? Yeah, it is. This is the 722, excuse me. And there's a few lighter spots up in here. And I think we're just about ready to blend what we have here and see what we have. I think I wanted to glaze a little of this 590 over this. Really, really light. Really light. Okay. Now, all right, now taking a finger or a tissue or a blending stump or a cotton tip, you can blend it out. I'm actually going to use a finger here. And we're just going to blend this background out. little circular motions to just really blur everything together. Again, we'll be coming back with another layer if needed, so if you see any spots where the paper is poking through or you see lines from your pencil, that's all right. We'll come back and take care of that. So there's the start there. All right. I'm thinking this spot right here I want to be a little bit lighter, so we're going to come in with the 110. And we're just going to lighten this spot up. Looking at our reference picture. And right here looks a little bit lighter. And there's a spot up in here that's a little bit lighter. And up in here. And down through here. Okay, and blend, blend. And blend. Okay. I'm going to continue on with this 110 over here. This is a little more faded than I have it on mine. And blend that in. Okay. Now, let's see. We need, let's take a look at this one. This is $5.75. We're going to do this little leaf coming off the stem here. And then I'm going to layer in a little bit of that down here just to bring the color into the photo. You can see there was a little pink bud in the reference photo over in here that I decided not to include to simplify the design a little bit. We're going to go over that now with the 530. You can really see how we're mixing our own colors here. And I'm going to go over this leaf with the 704. And then continue on with the 704 down here and over this. And then we're going to go over that with the 110 right here where it's the lightest. And then blend that in and blur out your leaf a little bit there. And I think I'm going to go over this edge of the leaf with a little bit of this 545. And a little of the 722 over here. Okay. Now we're going to come down here and follow along the shape of this leaf. This is still the 722. And before I get too much farther here, I'm going to come in and do this. If you're right-handed, you want to work from the left to the right and roughly up to down. If you're left-handed, you're going to want to do it the opposite way. You can probably hear little Miss Farita in the background. I gave her a new little ball to play with in her cage, and she is having a good time in there. All right, we're going to take the 530, and we're going to put a little of this in. I didn't want her to be bored in there while I was working on this tutorial, but now I may be regretting giving her a noisy ball. All right, now we're putting the 704 on top of all of this. You guys will have to leave a comment. Do you like in the tutorials if I put music in the background to cover any background noise like Miss Farita over there, or just to have a relaxing music, or do you prefer not to have any music in the background? Let me know, because I'm not sure which way you guys like it better. This is the 110. Just lightening it up over here. This seems like it's a little lighter here too. Okay, now we're going to get started on this rosebud over here. So the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at my reds and pinks and see what's okay to use and what isn't. We're back. Let's get started on this little rose up here. And to do that, yeah, we're going to get started with the 311. So to do this, we're going to do a pretty light layer all over up in here. See, there's a tiny bit of this in the green of the bud here, and here. And we'll work on that later. All right, now we're going to take, okay, here's where we're gonna test again. So we've got our 311. This is how I pick colors. I hope this is useful to you. And I'm gonna test the 642 over it. Yeah, I like that. So I'm gonna sharpen my 642. And I'm going to glaze a little over here and a little right there. And then we're gonna do a little right here along this edge, and then there's a pretty clear line that comes up to about there, and then we're gonna go like that, and then like that, and then we're gonna come over to here and do a light layer here. And then we're going to go down the side like that and like that. All right. let's see here. Now what? What's this color like? So this is where I'm not super happy with the colors here that are light fast. So you have a choice here. You can tell whoever you're giving this to put it behind UV glass and hope for the best, or you can try to make the best of the colors that you do have, which is what I'm going to try to do. Yeah, so this is the 681, and this leaf has a pretty light spot that goes like this. So we'll put that in there. And now I'm going to, I sharpen this to a very fine point, and I'm going to go around this like that. And it's lighter over in here, so we'll go like this. And a little bit right there. And a little right at the top there. All right. Now let's see. There's almost an orangey tone down in here. Let's see if this color is any good. This is the 305. We're just going to glaze a little bit of the orangey color where we see the brightest. And then I'm going to go back, whoops, to the 311. This is more of a bluey pink. I'm going to go over that here. And here. And now I'm going to take the 642 again. I'm glazing it. Glazing is just very, very lightly going over what you already have. And now I'm going to take, what's this color like? So I've got that red, this red, and this red to work with, really. All right, let's take, this is the 310. We're going to glaze some of that on top here and over here. And along in here. And then I'm going to take the 681. And I'm putting in some of these highlights I see here. Okay, and so let's see, we've used the 3 reds in this. Okay, now we're going to take our 645. We're going to put in these darkest spots that we see here. Right along here. All right, now I'm gonna grab a cotton tip and smudge all that in. That's too small for my finger. Okay, we're gonna leave this for a minute and work on the leaf here. So we're gonna start with the 110. And we're gonna color in this little patch right here. And right along this edge. And right along that edge. That wasn't probably sharp enough. And then right along that edge. All right, let's see how yellow this one is. That's fairly yellow. We'll start with this one. We're gonna come along here and do a little thin layer of this yellow. Up in here, just to keep the greens from being too saturated here when we start going over everything with the green. Okay. Now we're going to take our 570 and do a light layer of that all over here. Go over this red color too that we put down here. I want to put a little more of this 105 along here. I think I put the 105 along here, but we're going to do a little bit more. Remembering to leave out that highlight there. In fact, there, that's better. And all along here. All right. And then we'll carry on down here doing a base layer of this. on here too. All right, now we're going to take our 530. You know what? See, here's where my drawing ended up not being the way I wanted it. Because there's more of a bulbiness there that I missed somehow. But I see it and I'm fixing it. We're going to use the 570 here too. Alright, and we're going to carry on with this 530. Alright. This is why it's a good idea to be able to draw by eye. Because sometimes you notice things that you want to change. And if you don't have the ability to fix things as you go, then it makes life a lot harder. This is a very tiny bit of green along here. Now we're going to take this 305, and this is just a little more peachy than I made it. I'm going to do a little bit of this here. Okay. Now I'm going to take the 575. Let's see, we need a yellow. What about... Nope, that one's no good. Okay, this is the 210, but it's awfully bright. Let's see what we can do here with it. And then we're gonna go to the 645. This spot right here is pretty dark. And this is gonna carry up a little bit. And a little bit at the tip here. A little bit over in here. Some of this is gonna have to be added back in as detail. I better smudge this out and then add in the detail. Alright, again taking your cotton bud. I'm doing strokes in the direction of the growth of the plant. Okay. Now we're going to go back and do some detail. Let's grab our 305. And then I'm going to go over that with the 210. Okay. Now we're going to go in with the 590. And make sure your pencil is really sharp for this. This is the 210 again. And we're going to grab the 105. And now we need, we're going to get our 640 and sharpen it very sharp. Now we're going to put in some of these details again with our very, very sharp pencil. Let's see. This is $5.95. Alright, I think we'll leave that there for now. Actually, I'm going to take this 305, just redo a little of this little bit of red right here, orangey color. And some little orangey dots here. And we're going to take this orangey down through here. And then we're going to switch over to the 311. And then we're going to add in a little of this 210. And then the 570. And then we're going to sharpen up the 590 real sharp. What? The what? I never shut it off. So it must be. And then we're going to take this 460. Touch of that through here. Actually, there's a touch layered over the pinky there. Oops. This is the 311. and the 640. All right, let's go down and work on this leaf. This is the $5.95. And the $5.90. And smudge that in. Okay, and then we're gonna take the 140, 110. We're just going around the edges like this because that's how we'll make it look blurry. Okay. Now we're going to move on to this rose. Get all these colors out of the way here. Okay, this is the 681. All right, we're going to start up in here with the 681. And up in here. Now we've got a little bit of the green here that I would like to remove. We're going to use the eraser that came with this kit and lift some of that green. If you want to lift some of your blue pencil at this point, you can as well, but I don't want to, so I'm going to leave mine there. Okay. So I'm going through and looking for some of these highlights. Oops. This is the 310. The chalk. It's the pastel pencils. So right now on these petals, I'm alternating between the 310 and the 681. Oh. For a smoother blend, when you want it to be very smooth, you're going to want to use a cotton bud instead of your finger. It blends more smoothly. Now we're going to sharpen this one very sharp. This is the 642. And this is going to go right along this edge. Oops. And in this corner here. Over in here. That was the 110. And we'll take our little cotton bud again. Okay, now where we see the brighter red, we're going to come back here and make these details really pop at the end. I'm going to smudge these out for now and do some, come back and see how we feel about those later, if they need more or not. Okay, so now for the shadows. If we're working in a warm color, I like to use a cool color for the shadows, and vice versa. That's awfully dark. I might have to go get my just out of curiosity. So let's say we've got our red here. What happens if we do a shadow of this color? Well, we could try it and see. Yep, I like that. So we're using 460 for the shadow here on this flower. All right. Let's see here. This isn't as peachy as I would like. It needs a yellowish tone. Let's try adding, what is this? This is the 692. Let's add a little of this over it and see what happens. Yep, I like that. That gives it the depth I was looking for. We're just really lightly glazing this all over here. And we'll come back and smudge that out. Okay. There we go. Much better. That's more of the peachy color we were looking for. All right. Let's see. So down here on this little leaf bud. We're gonna use the 722 to put in a base layer. And the 575. Yes, but I can stop. Should I stop? Now we're going to take the 311 and put in some shadows here. Okay, we're going to take this 311 and start here now. And now we'll take the 310, we're going to layer it over here and then carry it up. And then we're going to take the 681 and now we're going to take the 310 and we're going to carry that up a little bit higher. And then we're going to take the 681 again. And we're going to take our little blending tip. And we're going to go over this with the yellow. This is the 692. And we're going to go over that with our, uh-oh. Make sure you don't set your dirty blending tip down on your drawing like I just did. Okay, now we need to start darkening up the middle here. Alright, we're going to use the 645. And then switch to the 310. And blend this out a little bit again. Alright, now over here we're going to take our 310. Now over here it's starting to look a little more pink and less peach. And along this edge, oh, I did do some white there. You can see it. And go back to the 310. And blend that in. Oops. Yeah, I'm tired. Okay, so we're starting today here where we left off yesterday when my carbon monoxide detectors all went off. Seems like everything's okay today. Thank you to everybody on social media who asked if everything was all right. Alright, and here are our colors. Alright, so let's get started here. Let's take a look at what we've got going on here. Alright, let's continue working on this rose here. Alright, I hope I can remember everywhere that I was. I think I was using this one. So this is the 310. Actually, before we even get going with that, I'm going to do, this is the 645. And I'm going to really lightly glaze that over this. Alright, so we're going to glaze this really lightly over this red here. This is the 645. And then I'm going to take, this is the 310. This is darker over here. Down the side like that. And there's a little like that. And we're going to take this over here too. And then come into this just a little bit like that. And then I was really going to try to do this without any of the Faber-Castell, but I think I'm going to get my Faber-Castell. Okay, I got the Faber-Castell 151 and 138, and we're going to add these. Actually, this is a 2. That's not very good. Well, okay, we'll use the 151. Will that fit in here? Yeah. So this is the blue I was talking about before. This is a 3 for the light fastness, so it's better than any of the darker blues of the Stabilo CarbOthellos. So we're going to use that for some of our shadows here. Like that. And then right under in here. Alright, so that's the 151. And then we're going to go back to our 310. And we're going to very lightly glaze that over this, staying away from the edge where it's really bright and where we put those white highlights in. This is just the base layer. We're going to smudge this out and then add some darker color in areas on top of it. So now we're getting over here. The tip of the petal is going to get darker than it was over here, so make sure you go all the way to the tip over here. And then I'm going to add, which yellow do I want? Oh, it's pretty peachy here. Let's add This is the 210. For the base layer here. Stay away from the blue with this yellow because that'll make green. Alright, now let's get a cotton bud and smudge this out and check on our colors and see what we're thinking. Start with your lighter areas first so you don't get your cotton bud dirty right away. You don't want to carry those darker colors into your lighter areas. You could do this with your finger, but when you really want to smudge everything together, the cotton bud works better than your finger. Don't press too hard. You don't want to ruin the tooth of your paper. Okay, so now we're going to do this darker area here. And don't worry about this blue line. You can see where we marked out our shadows and stuff. That will be gone by the time we're done doing all our layers. You can also focus on it a little bit here as you do your smudging. So I can see right away this area right here is definitely not dark enough. We're going to have to come through and darken that up. Okay, now without getting this blue too much into the red, we're going to gently smudge this out. So very carefully we're going to smudge this blue out. And again, it does look kind of dark, but don't worry, we're going to go over it with layers and it won't be that dark by the time we're done. And you do want that contrast to define your edges. Okay, so now we're going to take the 310 and we're going to go over all of this again, really lightly on the side, glazing the color on top. Alright, and then we're going to smudge this again with a clean end. Okay, and now we're going to take the pinkier red, which is 311, and we're going to go over this again. And then we're going to come along this edge here where we see these little indents coming in along this petal. We're going to come over here and do this spot. And then a little bit past it. Let's see, so here I see a spot where I feel like I made a mistake. I'm going to take a kneaded eraser and see if I can lift some of that pastel. And I did. Okay, that's good. So now I'm going to take this and kind of make a wave right here where I see it. Like that. And then we're going to go right over that with this yellowy color to make a brighter edge. Like that. And we'll probably come back even with the white here in a little bit. And then over here too, I'm going to make this a little bit more ripply than I had it. That's better. Okay. Back to the 310. Now we're looking for shadows and things that we see on the actual rose. So I see it's a little bit darker right there. And it comes in a little bit here. This whole edge maybe is a little bit darker with the little bits coming in a little bit like that. And now I'm seeing some like little patchy lines here and there. Like that. This pink comes up a little, or the darker color comes up a little higher than I had it on here. Like that. All right. I'm going to use my finger on this one. I don't want it smudged quite as much, I think, as I would with the cotton buds. I might change my mind and come back and still do a cotton bud, but for right now I'm going to do my finger. I think it needs a cotton bud after all. I'm starting to run out of clean ones. I'll have to go get some here in a second. So you can see how much more the cotton bud will smear that than my finger would. So when you want it more blended, use your finger. Or I mean, when you want it more blended, use your cotton bud. And when you want it less blended, use your finger. Okay. Now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this rose edge here should be a little more smeary, or not smeary, ripply. This is the white, this is the 100. And again, this is perfectly fine for this. If you wanted a white that was a little bit brighter, then you might want to use the Faber-Castell Pitt white. I was trying to do this without using any Faber-Castell, but I wanted that blue, so now I've ruined it. All right. All right, and along here, I think maybe I want this a little bit lighter right there. And these are pretty good right here. And it looks a little bit lighter right here. A little bit patchy whiter here. And right along in here, right here. See how I'm holding the pencil way back and on its side? That'll allow you to glaze the colors on much lighter and more gently than if you were holding it down here like this. So when you're trying to be very delicate with your colors and just add a glaze of color, you want to hold the pencil way back at the end like this. Okay, let's get our cotton bud and smear this together. And I'm thinking maybe a little bit more of the yellow. This is more peachy here. And here. And definitely right here it's more peachy. Okay, I'm gonna get some fresh, this one's not used. Okay, now we're gonna take our 311. We're going to sharpen it pretty sharp. And now, along this darker edge, right here, I'm going to erase a little bit if it'll let me, otherwise if not I'll leave it. Okay, we're gonna just indent a little bit right there, like that. And along in here, we're gonna indent a little bit. I'm just cleaning up the edges here a little, and we can go over this again too. When we're done. I don't think I am going to use that green color. If I'm going to use this blue, I'll just stick with the blue for the shadows. I might even try a slightly lighter blue on the next one. Okay, so right here we have it really light, and then there's a darker spot right next to it, like that. And another series of smaller ones up in here. And then again, these little lines, put those back in. Okay. I think I pressed too hard with that blue pencil when I was drawing in my sketch. I have a tendency to do that. But now there's a little line there that doesn't want to take color. So don't do what I did. Don't press too hard. And then right on the underside of this really white spot, it's almost like you can see a little like that. I wonder if I... All right, I like how that one's looking. I think we're gonna move on to over here now. All right, so we're still using the 311. We're coming up over here. Now actually this highlight here is one of the brightest ones in the whole picture. So we're gonna have to be careful there. I don't even know if I'm gonna go over it with this pink, we'll see. I might have to do a little bit really lightly. Okay, then we're going to take our peachy color, which is 681. We're gonna do that along here. And along here. And along here. Okay, then we're going to take this 311 again. Okay, now we're going to take the 310 and we're going to layer that over. Okay, and take our cotton bud and start with the light spots and move to the dark so you don't accidentally make your light spots too dark. All right. Okay, now we're gonna take our 645 again, and that's gonna go over our darkest spots here, where the darkest shadows are. All right, and we're going to smear that in too. Okay. Now, we're going to come work over here. So right here where we have the indent, there's a little spot like this where it's just a little bit darker. Then we've got some little veins coming up. And over here it's really, there's not much. It's really pretty bright right there. right, and now we're gonna take our white. I don't know, I may end up having to get the Faber-Castell white. This is just not very bright. We're putting in some of these highlights here that we see next to the veins. Okay, I'm gonna grab some fresh cotton tips. All right. Very gently. We don't want to ruin all the detail here. In fact, you could also use your finger and just sort of tap it back like this, depending on what you feel like doing. And I think it's just ever so slightly darker right there. And then whiter, right like that. Okay. Now, before we get too much farther this way, we need to fill in here and up here. So, let's go back to our greens and grays, and let's start by putting a base layer on the stem of this 704. And mine's not sharp enough. Make sure you take the time to sharpen as needed. The Clairefontaine PastelMat will eat your pencils at a pretty high rate. And it's expensive, but I feel like it more than pays off in the way that it holds the dust in the paper. It's not going to be flying everywhere. It's much less smudgy than other pastel papers, and it holds so many layers and you can blend so well on it. This is the only paper I use for my pastels. I've tried other brands and I just was not happy with them like I was with this one. So I highly recommend it, even though it eats your pencils. But the good thing about the Stabilo CarbOthellos are you don't have to buy them in a set. You can buy them in individual pencils. So now we're switching to the 575. So, like, let's see. So this one, obviously, this is a pencil I like a whole lot. I've got 3 replacement pencils of the 724 that I bought for, I think, $1.25 open stock at Blick Art Materials, and that's online or in person. So I don't have to replace the whole set just to get this one pencil. And $1.25 for a pencil is not bad at all. If you buy like colored pencils, like the Faber-Castell Polychromos or the Prismacolor even, or especially the Caran d'Ache Luminance, holy moly, the prices on those. Nowhere near $1.25 a pencil, maybe the Prismacolors. So it's actually not very expensive to replace, which makes them very, very nice. This is the 645 again. We're going to do this bottom edge with some of this and also sort of shade it like a shadow here. Also, as long as we're over here, I want to do something a little bit darker there to balance these other leaves. There is a little bit of a rough leaf here that I didn't include. but now I kind of feel like I want to. I feel like it's a little bare there, maybe. Let's fill that in, and then we'll smudge it out. It doesn't have to look exactly like the reference. Just something to fill in that spot. It felt bare to me. Yeah, I like that better. And then a little, that was the, if I didn't say, that was the 590. And we're gonna do a little bit of the 595 to darken it up right here. In fact, we might even want to come over it with that blue, maybe. A little bit of the, nope, a little bit of the blue. This is the Faber-Castell Pitt for 151. Yeah, I like that. And then just smudge that gently. It's perfectly fine to blow the dust away. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I might come back and sharpen that up a little bit. Maybe this is, again, the 590. And then just tap that a little, because I don't want it quite as smeary. Okay. And as long as I have the 590, we're going to do a little bit of it right here. And then more of it down here. And then we're going to take a little bit of the yellow, which is the 210. Right along in here. All right, now let's smudge that and see how that's looking. Okay. So far, so good. Now we're gonna take our, what gray were we using? It's a little darker down here. First of all, I want to come along here a little bit. Just smooth that in. And then maybe go over it with a little bit of this. This is the 590, and this little tiny baby pencil is a 724. All right, so now with the 724 that I'm going to sharpen, be really careful going around the edges. You're going to need a sharp pencil along these edges. And we'll go over it with a touch of this minty color, which is the 545. And then let's do a little of the lighter yellow over that. This is the 692. We'll see what we have after we blend this together. Let's do a little of this 575 over top of that. I thought maybe with the yellow it would be enough, but now I feel like it's not. Again, I'm holding it way back on the end and just lightly glazing the color over it so that we don't get a big divot of color that's too bright. And then again with the cotton tip. Blending that all in very gently. Don't press too hard. And then smearing that stem in a little bit. Good, okay. Now, to make a visual interest and make it have that out of focus camera look, let's take our 722. Is that? Nope, not light enough. Let's take our 110. And we're going to make a little circle here of this lighter color. And like a half circle here. Blow away the dust if it's starting to collect dust. If you see it starting to collect dust, that might mean that part of the paper is getting close to being saturated with pastels. I don't want to use this. Let's use our finger here to tap this one in so it doesn't disappear totally. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Now, let's come up here and do here. This is a little brighter yellowy green, so we're going to start right away with the 575. But do a light layer. Whatever layer you put on first, if it's like a dark, it's going to be really hard to get that area light again. And if it's light, it's going to be really hard to get it dark. So if you're doing an area like that, you're going to want to pay close attention to that. So I'm starting with this green instead of like a light white. And as we come along here, it gets darker over here. And I'm just refining this sketch here the way I have the leaf. We'll come back and work on the leaves later. Right now we're just filling this part in. Okay, so there's that. Now let's go over it with the 722. If you need to sharpen it to go around your points, please make sure you do so along your edges. Okay, and then I'm going to put a little of the 595 right around in here. And actually, I'm going to do it down in here, too. And I'm ignoring that little stem I drew there. I decided I don't want that there. I feel like that's too busy. Okay. And then I'm going to go over this section here with the 110. And then before I get any further, I'm going to blend this part in by adding some of the 545 over top of this yellow color, yellowy green. To there, and then I'm going to take the yellowy green, which was the 575, and take it back over this where I didn't have it before. And that'll blend the two areas together a little bit nicer. can do a layer of that over here too. And, you know, I think, well, you know what? Before we do that, let's blend it out. I'm thinking about adding that light brown over this area, but I'm not sure yet if I want to or not. Be careful going around your edges. And yeah, I'm thinking I do want that brown, so we'll do that next. We'll take that over all of it. So that light brown here is 704. So we'll just tone everything down a little bit and blend it all together a little bit nicer. Okay, blend that together. And that light enough? No, let's go lighter than that. We'll do the 110. So 110, we're going to do a patch of the 110 right here. And another right here. Like that. And blend those out. Maybe a little bit brighter. That. Okay. Let's start up in here. So this petal right here, oh, my hands are so dry. Hang on, I need lotion. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so this petal here is pretty light. So I think we're gonna start by taking our white and we're gonna sharpen it really good. And we're still using just the, the Stabilo CarbOthello white. We haven't had to do and I'm gonna get a paper for under my hand. I tried really careful to keep the lotion just on the backs of my hands, but just in case I don't want to get any oils on here. So I'll rest my hand on this paper now. All right, so let's go along the rim of this flower petal. And it looks like it's got a little dip up here. And then maybe it dips down a little bit. And we're just going to do white all along the edge here. And then we're going to sharpen our peach, which is the 681. Okay. And so far I'm pretty happy with this colored pencil sharpener from Faber-Castell. I don't know how you empty it. Maybe you just pull it. Well, I'm not going to do it over the paper. We'll look at that later. All right. So now all along here, we're going to do our peach. And I'm trying not to cover my drawing reference line there because I don't want to overlap the petals. Okay, keep my paper under my hand. The only place I'm not putting this pink is right along this edge here. And then right up in here, I tried not to do it where the darkest shadows are going to be. I'm putting this layer down a little bit heavier than I have in the past. This petal is very light. Okay. And then we're going to go in with our 310, and I'm going to sharpen this one too. Real sharp this time, because I'm going to put in that darkest line first. Okay. Actually, looking at this now, I want to lighten this up a little bit more right here, because that edge is pretty light. So like that. And then we're going to come along here. Lighter there. And then, oops, all along here. Okay. And then we're going to, it's a little darker down here. We're going to shade in, just glaze in this color on top of this peach. Being really careful about where the highlights are. Okay, and then this petal right here is very, very light. It does also look like it goes like that. Like there's more than one there. Yeah, it does. And then I'm gonna take like that. Okay. Now I'm going to take a cotton bud. If you, by any chance, do put on lotion like I just did, don't use your fingers till it's totally absorbed. Or even maybe just wash the finger that you want to blend with. Like if I wanted to blend with my pinky, I could wash the end of my pinky finger. Okay, now I'm going to take this, and it's still really sharp, go along this edge right there. And then there's the little divot. So it's really light right in here, just to the side of that. Like that. And then it seems like it comes out like that. And then it's lighter, kind of like this. And then again on the tip. And then it comes in a little bit lighter there, and a little bit lighter there. And then we'll emphasize these darker areas in here a little bit. And it comes up like this. It's a little bit darker there, and then kind of sideways like this. You can see some little bit of lines here. Some little wiggly lines here. Just very gently blend this out. I'm tapping more than rubbing here. I don't want to obliterate these details totally. I just want to soften them. Again, if you didn't just put lotion on like I did, you might want to use your finger here. Okay. And now I'm going to take this pinky one. This is a more blue. This is the 311. And I'm just going to line along here. I can hear little Farita over there munching away. I just fed her. She was out playing with me in the living room for quite a while. Okay. I think that finger's okay. I'm going to tap it back here. Oh, now she's sneezing. Do you hear little Farita sneezing? Might have to come back in here. We'll have to come back and add in some more details here, but for now, that's good. All right, so now this is very dark in here. We'll go right in with this dark. We're still using the 311. We'll just do all of this 311 right in here. And right in there, I'm going to switch to the peachy color, which is the 681. And we're just going to come along this edge here. And actually, I'm going to do like this here because you can see it's got a lighter edge with a darker stripe right there. And then maybe even lightly down here because it's not quite as dark here as it is over here. Okay, so back to the 311. I'm being a little more careful with my strokes here and doing more little small circles like I would with a colored pencil. Because I don't want to leave any lines here that I don't want, that are hard to get out. Like you can see some lines right here and here that I didn't smudge out totally. I don't know, should we see if we can smudge those? Yeah, you can, I guess. It doesn't matter so much for the background, but on this rose, which has such silky smooth petals, I don't want to risk leaving any areas that I can't smudge out with lines that aren't actual details. Okay. Really pay attention to your reference picture here. Okay, now we're going to go right over that with the 310. We're kind of layering this more pinky red with the actual truer red here to get this darker color. We might even still have to go in with some of the yellow too. We'll see when we smudge it out. Okay, so let's go up a little bit higher there. And now I'm going to get the peach, which is the 681, and go over some of this red here. And I'm going to carry this up a little bit higher, I think, than I did. And very ever so lightly do a little bit of this back here. I don't want to ruin that line where the deepest shadows are, but I do want to, okay. And a fresh cotton tip. Start with the lightest areas again. Don't go right into your dark. Even that cotton tip there was a little bit bigger than I would have liked for smudging. We're definitely going to need some white here. Hopefully we can still make it with the Stabilo CarbOthellos. And now we're going to take the 645. We're going to line along here where it's the darkest. And then just ever so slightly and use your finger to tap those back a little bit. Maybe even the cotton bud to do a little bit more. And now we're going to take the 310. And let's see. Didn't mean to go up that high. And then there's an area here that's a little bit lighter. Just glaze it over. Okay. Now I'm going to take our white and I'm going to line along here. Make sure it's really sharp. Really sharp. Okay. All right. Let's see, now let's work on this area right here. This is actually pretty light. So we'll start like that. And then we'll outline right there with a sharp one and come up a little bit like that. This is the 311. This is the 681 again. We've got a petal edge here. That's gonna go around. You don't have to follow the reference exactly in here. Feel free to use your own best judgment. Just as long as it still looks like a rose is what matters. I'm definitely gonna need to have some white in here. Okay, so this edge needs some white. It comes around like this and then in like that. Okay. One of the things I like about the pastel pencils is how forgiving they are. You can see I'm making adjustments as I go along here. That is extremely hard to do with colored pencil. I love colored pencil too, but that is hard. Okay, so right here it's dark and it goes in like this. And we're gonna take our light one here again, the 681, I think. Yep. And we're gonna go along the edge of it in. And we're going to go across like this. And then there's a much lighter, like a circle right here. Not much lighter, slightly lighter. Just like that. I think we'll put a little, this is the 645 right in the middle here. This is where we really need our sharp pencils to get these details. You could never do these with just regular soft pastel sticks. I mean, you could try. I don't think it would work really well, but you could try. All right, so along here, I'm gonna make a light edge there. And here. And we're going to take our 311. I think I would like it if this curled like this. This is not on the reference, but I think it would look pretty like that. And then to make that sort of fade in, just a little bit of this 645. Tap that in. Right back to the 311. Like that. And it's going to come down and around like that. And then right about there we have another petal start. Okay. All right, so we got our 311 in here. Now we're going in with the 310. Again, now is when you want your pencils to be really, really sharp. I've simplified the shape here in the middle a little bit, just because I knew the pencils wouldn't be able to get some of this detail. It would have been too, even for the pencils, too much. I'm taking the white just to lighten this up a little bit. Oh, what do we have going on here? All right, this petal here. And the 645 right down in this little hole here. Tap it back. Okay. All right, now I'm looking at my shapes here and trying to decide what we're gonna do here. Okay, 311, we're coming in. All right, I've got this shape here that I wanna preserve, and this, actually I want this to come all the way like that. So that's gonna be the lightest part there. Maybe I'll even go over it with the white. That was the peach and now the white. All right, back to the 311. And I want this petal to come, actually, I want there to be one that comes across like this. Maybe I don't like that. And that's the good thing about these. I can just cover it over and you don't even know I made a mistake. There. Problem solved. Alright. So now we're going to come up with the 311 up here. Like that. And now I'm going to the 310. This is really dark right there and really dark right here. Lighter here. All right. And then I'm going to take the 645 very lightly. And there too. All right. I'm just going to tap this a little, I think. Not going to use a cotton bud there. Back to the 310. Okay. All right, what have we got going on here? There's a very bright spot right here that I would like to preserve, kind of like that. So that's the white. Okay, and we're going to go in with the 311 here. So this is like a vein, but it's all the same petal here. So we're going to carry this along the top here and then down. And then we've got the lighter there, and it's a little bit lighter here. And sort of along here. Sorry, my phone is making noise. My kids are at school and I have to have it on just in case anybody needs me. Okay, now we're going to come up from the bottom here with the 311. Really lightly here. This is all the same petal. And then back to the peach, which is the 681. And then to the 310. This has almost like a line that goes like this. I don't know if those are two separate petals or if it's just a line. We're going to put that in there. And then down in here. I'm just trying to, there's a point here that I didn't put in the drawing, but I do want to have it. So I'm thinking like right there. Yeah, I like that. I wonder what shade of blue that was. The 435, it almost makes a good shadow color. I might come through and do some shadows with that. That's the 425, sorry. All right, so this is the 310. This whole petal right here is pretty light. And then we're going to go back to the peach, 681. Yep. The 311. Putting some of those little details in here. .311 doing the details. And then back to the 681, the peach. Tap those in. All right, let's see, what have we got going here? I can see I want to add, this petal has a little bit of a, and then, where are we going to start this petal? Right like that. This one's got quite a lot. So it does have a tiny bit of a, this is the 311. Again. Okay, so we're gonna go down here now and do the 311 all down here. Sort of coming up and following along with the curve of the petal. Just so, again, it'll be hard to get those out later if it's not the right way. And I'm switching to the 681. We're gonna do this little divot thing, not a divot, pokey thing, all along here with the 681. Almost all the way to the edge, but not quite. And then it comes down here. and spots. And then back to the 311. Whoops. And then back to the 310. I can see something I missed right there. All right, where's my, so 645 right here to fill in this little triangle. Like that, because that's really dark right there. And then we have a bit of a petal situation here that I missed. That's gonna go like this. Okay. So then let's do the 645 along this edge of the petal here too. And then the 310 to sort of blend everything together. Okay. And then let's go back to the 311. And back to the 310. Whoops. And the 681. All right, let's get a cotton bud for this one. It's big enough. Right. Let's go back to this 311. Just glaze this. This is not quite as pink as I would like. Okay, and then back to the 681. There's quite a bit of that lighter color up over in here. And this has almost a, like that on the side of the vein. Okay, and then almost like this. All right, we're gonna tap these back. Okay, and now we're gonna grab our white. This is pretty bright right here. And along here, there's some brighter spots. And along here, okay, and then we're gonna get our 310. And there is a somewhat wiggly line right there. And here, some little shorter wiggly ones over here. And we'll just tap those back a little bit, all through here. Okay. Now, we've got a very dark area right here, so let's work on that. I don't know, actually before we do that, maybe we, I'm thinking we better work on this petal and then fill in this green here. So let's do that. Let's start with this petal here. All right, so we're gonna carry this 681 actually all the way down here, which I didn't do before. Maybe not quite all the way, but pretty close. All right, and we're going to go with the 311. No, let's go with the, we're gonna need some yellow here. Let's go with the 610. Okay, this is pretty light. So again, way back at the end, I'm holding it way back at the end and just very lightly letting the side of the pencil go over. That was a little too hard right there. I should be able to smooth it out, but it was a little too hard. And there I'm using too much of the point. Just the side. We just want to use the side. And over in here. I should be able to smudge that out because we have the bottom layer of the 681 underneath. That's why we do that. If you went in with this color right on the white paper, there would be no chance of being able to smudge those two dark marks out. That's why we do that. There's a bit of that light one there that we'll have to come back and work on in a minute here. Okay. Take the 681 like that. And actually, let's fill this whole thing in again with the 681 right here, because this is very light here as well. This whole little piece right here. And then also this piece right here is light. Okay. And up in here is pretty light too. Let's do that like that. And I can see, so we've got this outer rim here, and this is actually going to go in like this right there. So this needs to get darker right there. So let's do the 310 right here. And then we're going to go over it with the 311. And then we're going to take the 645 and just really lightly darken that up a little bit. Okay. So right in this middle here, we've got like a really dark spot right there. And then another one right here. All right. Now we'll take the 310. I wasn't going to work on the middle, but I guess we're working on the middle. Okay, this part's hard. So this is a little bit lighter right here. Okay, take the 310 and shade that in a little bit. Go back to the 681. So we've got this sort of curling around like this. And another one curling like that, I think. And then what do we have? We've got one that's going to curl up like this. And another one that's going to go like that. Okay, so we'll take our 310 and we're going to very carefully, we're going to take our 681 here as well. And our 310. And we'll take the white. And the 310. And the 645. Make sure it's really sharp for this. You don't want a big dark blob there. Right, and the 310, let's see. Okay. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm thinking this doesn't have enough peachy tone to it. It's too pink. So let's get our lighter yellow. And that is our 692. And we're going to just glaze that over this. I don't want to disturb the details I did here. I just want to make it slightly more peachy than it is. then tap that just a little bit. And then the same over here, more peachy. Also, I think it's time to turn my lights on. So bear with me here as I turn them on. It's getting a little dark in here. All right, there we go, that's better. Much better. I was having trouble seeing. Okay, now let's take the 645 and you know what? Make sure it's really sharp. We're gonna take that along here and start defining that petal. And also this spot right here is very dark, so I'm gonna do a base layer of the 645 here too, before I even come in with the breads. And let's see, this right here is pretty dark as well. And right here. And along here. So without using colored pencils, there's only so much fine detail you can get. And these are great compared to pastel pencils, but they're still not quite as detailed as colored pencils. All right, I think the 310. And I think this has got to be darker. It's not deep enough right there. There's some really deep pops in here. And in here too. Just darken that up a little bit. Okay, and here too as well. All right. All right, let's switch back to the 311. Okay, and the 681. And the 692. And then the 311, or the 310. And the 645. And the 310. And the 681. And the 645. And the 311. So what do we have here? Right here, it's got to get really, really thin. Okay. And get our white right here. And this might be one of those spots where I might have to get the Faber-Castell at the end. We'll do it all without it, just to show you what it looks like, and then I'll maybe go in and do the highlights that I want with it, so you can see if you want to invest and get one yourself. I don't think they're that much. I don't remember the price off the top of my head. I don't think they're terrible. This is the 311. And we'll get the 645. And the 310. Tap this gently. And I can see my battery is almost dead. So I don't think I'm going to make the filming of this all today, like I was hoping to. Take the white again here. And I hope I can get this up by Sunday. And the yellowy color here, this is the 692. And I'm going to get a fresh cotton bud here that I haven't used yet. Smooth this out a little bit. And then over here, switch to the clean side for over here. And right here, I can see we have like a wavy bit. And the 645, that was the 310. And the 681, try to make this a little bit more pokey right there. And we'll go to the 310 here, because this is just a little bit too light still. This is the 310. Some of these highlights were just a little bright. Going through and knocking some of these back just a little bit, especially where they meet each other in these corners. Okay. This is still the 310. We'll use the cotton bud to really blend that in a little bit better, make it look a little less grainy. Okay, everybody, let's finish this today, huh? We're in the last home stretch here, and it's just about done. So let's do this upper corner here and then work our way down. So we're gonna start with the greens up in here. Let's start with 590. So I'm gonna start with 590 going around what I've got up here. I don't know what it's like where you are, but it is super, super cold here. It has been all week. Yesterday, all the schools were closed because it was so cold. I think when I woke up yesterday, it was negative, I think it was negative 17 with a wind chill of minus 31 Fahrenheit. So very, very cold. I'm glad we're working on such a pretty summery picture today. We have lots of snow here too. Unfortunately, it's going to be winter here for a very, very long time still. If we're lucky, the snow might start to melt a little bit mid-April. Our average snowfall here is around 200 inches in a season, and I know that we hit that before even January started. So I'm not exactly sure what we're at right now, but we're over the season total already. All right, we're gonna switch to our 704. So this is our second tutorial that we're doing together. If anybody has any requests or ideas or things they'd like to see done, let me know. I'm planning to do tutorials right now every other Sunday. So every 2 weeks. So if you guys have something you'd like to see done or you'd like to do, let me know and we'll see what we can do. Our first one was the Amour Leopard Eye. I don't know if that's how you say it. Okay, so let's take our green and go over this again a little bit. Just to make it look a little less streaky. This is the 590 again, the same one we just used. Okay, and we'll smudge that together. Okay, now we're going to take our 110, and I think I would like a half one like this, a big one. And this time I'm gonna use my finger on this one first. I'm gonna do the lighter middle, and then we'll smudge out the outside. And then I'm going to layer a smaller one like that. And then again, smudge this out. Okay, now let's do this leaf here. We're going to start with a light layer of the 105 just on this lower half of the leaf. And over here along this edge here, not all the way up halfway, just along the edge. And right there as well. And now we're going to take our 370 and we're going to lightly go over the yellow. And we're going to go over the other side where we didn't put the yellow. And the same over here, just color in the whole leaf, lightly over the yellow though. And we're also going to do this half of the stem right here, and then up in here too. Okay, now we're going to take our 575, just layer in a little bit of the darker in areas here, and along over in here. And a little bit like that. And along this other side here. And then, let's see, we're going to take the lighter green again, the 570, and just run it along both outside edges to about there. And then we'll fill it in with the green here. And then I see we missed this spot here. Let's fill this little spot in with this green. This is the 590. Okay, and then on this little thorn here, we're going to do 110 and color the thorn in with the 110 first. Make sure your pencils are nice and sharp. Mine need to be sharpened. I'll do it in a minute. And then I'm going to put, not that one, let's do this one. The 570 over that 110. And then let's see, down the middle of this, we're going to do, that's not the right one. We're going to use the 642. And also we're going to put a little of that down along here. I'm not sure if that's a rose hip or a leaf, but... And a little bit along this edge here. And then we're going to take the 704 and go along this outside edge there. And a little bit right like that. Then we're going to fill in the center of that with the 110. And we'll put a little light edging of that along the outside here and here. And then we're going to do the 570 lightly over the middle here. And overlap this brown a little bit here. And a little bit there. Okay. And it's a time for another fresh cotton bud. Oh, I use that, and let's start on this side. Oops, start with your lighter colors first. I forgot that myself there for a second. Lighter sides first. And let's do down here. And the middle here. And the outside edge. And then let's tap that with our fingers because I don't want to lose all of that shape there. And now I'm going to do the darker side up here. Over in here. These are out of focus, so we want to blend in the edges pretty good. Little soft scrubby strokes on this one. We're going to come back and touch that stem up in a minute here. Alright, we're going to add a little bit more of this pinky stuff in the middle of that. Just lightly though, glaze it on, not too heavy. And carry it down here just a little bit. Use your finger this time so you don't lose too much. And I think I'm going to add a little of the 704 down here. This is a little too bright, I think. Okay. And a little bit more green to make it clear that that's something foliage related. Okay. And I think I'm going to run a little bit of the 704 along this edge here. Alright, I think we're done with that section. So now let's move on to this petal here and the details on this petal. Alright, let's see what we've got going on here. This petal does have some pretty light highlights. So I think I see some white residue here, but I'm gonna just add a little bit more where the whitest highlights are to preserve the color in that spot. And I think there's one right there, and another one right there, and along this edge right here, coming down. And there's another one right here. Okay. All right. Let's start with the 311. Yep. Sharpen it first. Don't do like me and go over your petal because you didn't want to sharpen it. All right. Alright, holding it way back at the end, we're going to lightly glaze the color over this petal. And I want to come up a little bit more into here than I did. And let's carry it all down in here too. And we're going to take the peachy color, which is the 681, go over our edges here. And let's see, add in some of the peachy here and here. There's a little bit, like right like that. We're gonna have to go in with our yellow here too in a second. This is pretty peachy. All right, so let's grab our yellow. Which yellow? Should we try the lighter yellow first? Let's try the lighter yellow first. This is the 105. Let's go in with our brighter yellow. This is our 210. Hold it way back. We don't want this orange, just the light peach. So hold it way back and just gently glaze it in. Also, I think I'm going to add a little bit right here. And a little right there. And then definitely come on over in here now. Okay. Now, if you're like me and you've got one finger that's green, don't use that one. Very gently. And in these places where we already have some most of the details put in, maybe just tap the yellow in the spots where it's just a little too yellow, just to preserve the details that we worked so hard on. If you rub, you're going to smudge your drawing. Okay, but now here, where I still haven't added the details yet, I'm going to smudge a little bit more vigorously in here too. Again, you can use in these areas you can use a cotton bud. And in fact, you might want to get it really smooth. And anywhere you see it looking a little bit rough, you can just touch it up with that too. You can see how where we put the lighter color first, even after smearing, you can still see where we preserved what's going to be our highlights a little bit. I mean, obviously they're not as white as the paper, but they have they're a little bit brighter than the rest. Okay. Now, you know what? First, I'm going to take the 310, and it's pretty dark right here, like that. And then it sort of fades out a little bit, the darkness coming this way. It's a little bit darker here. And again right here. And it's pretty dark down here too. Down in here. And even coming up here a little bit. Coming up into this one. Maybe there's a little patch right here where it's a little bit lighter, or darker I mean, and then maybe right here too. Alright, now we're going to take our white, and this petal has lost its ripples from all the smudging and blending I did, so I'm going to try to add in some ripples here, like that, and we'll cover down here with the green of the leaf when we get to that part. So we're going to just sort of blend in some white here, making it lighter. Look for any little details you can see. If you have a reference picture, it helps if you can zoom in on parts. And over in here we've lost the ripples a little bit too. And it comes in pretty light right there and along there. Okay. And down in here. All right, I am going to use a finger and blend this a little bit. Really lightly. I don't want to lose all those details I just put in. Okay, now I'm going to take the peachy color, which is 631 or 681. These are starting to get worn down. I think 81. And I'm going to come in from this edge a little bit. I'm scrubbing out the white just a little bit so it's not quite so bright. And also lightening this petal up. And then tapping again. And then we're going to do this petal too, and this one I might use the cotton tip on. Except staying away from the edge. I don't want to blur the edge. I just worked so hard to get ripply again. Okay. Now I'm going to take our 645 and we're going to darken up down in here a little bit. Real lightly, you don't want it too dark. You don't want it to look brown. And down over in here a little bit. We're going to come back and make this spot up a lot darker. And over in here a little bit. And then we're going to take our 310, and instead of blending with our finger or a cotton tip, we're going to blend it with our 310, which is another way of blending. You can blend a darker color in with a lighter color, as long as the color you're choosing to blend is lighter. You can blend that way as well. Along these edges here, you're going to want to make sure your pencil's really sharp, because we don't want to lose that line we just tried to recreate. Okay, and tap it here maybe to avoid smudging that line as best you can. Okay, I'm gonna try to... Okay, so here's a tip. I want to smudge this a little bit more than it is, but this is too big. So I'm gonna peel a little of the cotton swab off and roll it in my fingers to make it a little bit tighter so I can get into this little nook. Like so. If I had tried to just go in with the straight on regular cotton tip at that point, it would have been too big and it would have smudged it. Alright. Now we're gonna do a little more white highlighting here. It helps too to imagine where the light would hit. Sometimes the reference photos aren't the best at that. If you pick one that doesn't have, it has pretty flat lighting, it can be hard to tell like where you should make your darkest spots. And that's something that will come in time with practice, knowing where to put the highlights and imagining your light source and whatnot. And now I'm going to take our 310 again and put in a little valley there. I'm going to get that little thinner cotton tip that I just made again here. Smudge that in. Oh, where else might there be a valley? Maybe right there. And maybe right along in here where the fold of this petal is going to go. Okay. And again with the one that you made smaller, being careful not to use this end as it gets exposed. You're going to want to use the side more. Alright. And then down in here we've got, it's got some big veins here coming out like that and like that, and using the side again of this one I made to smudge those in a little bit. We're probably going to come back and detail this petal here a little bit more, but right now I want to move on to the leaf here. All right, let's do the background here first. And we're gonna go in with our 590. And again, let's sharpen this so it's nice and sharp so we can go around the flower petals. This is where you're going to get your nice crisp petal edge. It's a little smeary from all the blending we did. This will crispen it up. And then when we come through to blend this green, we're going to tap it along the edge there, or anywhere there's a really small space. We'll either have to make a smaller cotton tip like we just did, or just tap it. Alrighty. I'm gonna take the 692 and sharpen it really sharp. This leaf, all along here, the edges have a bright yellow highlight. And I want to put this in to preserve. That's not bright enough. Switch to the 105 and sharpen it really good. And now we'll do the edge of these leaves to preserve them, just in case we go over with them with the green. At least they'll be a little bit brighter. And we don't need to do the bottom. And there's just a little bit of highlighting along that, but then it starts to get really right there. Okay. So now we go back to our 590. We're going to fill this in. And I see that there is a little bit of a stem there. Do I want to add that? No, I think that would be distracting. I'm not going to add it. We don't have to copy exactly what we see in the photo. We want to remember that this isn't a photo. This is art, and we can remove items that are distracting, even if it's maybe not physically correct at that point. Obviously these leaves look like they're just sort of floating now, but that's okay. I think that dark stem would be distracting. And it, of course, with the nice thing with pastel pencils is we could always add it back in a little bit here if we find that it's feels weird to us when we look at it. All right. I'm going to go over that with the 704, and I'm going to sharpen this because this is pretty dull. Okay. And I have this green finger, so, nope. I don't want it smeary or streaky, so let's use our cotton tip. Try to stay away from those edges. If we need to, we'll come back with a smaller one or just to tap it with our finger. But I don't want to go over those edges. Blow away the dust as you go so you don't get it on your pink flower. Okay. And now I'm going to take our 110. There's a light spot here, like a camera effect spot. Like that. And it's a little bit lighter right here too. I just feel like that's too dark right there. Alright. Let's blend this in and see what we think of this background now. Yeah. Sharpen as needed. And blend this one in. Just a little patchy spot here where it's a little bit lighter. Okay. Now, you know what? I feel like that's a little dark there too. And I feel like the side should be a little bit darker. Yeah, that's better. Except I went over that edge a little bit. Where it was meant to be lighter. Okay. All right, let's work on these leaves down here. All right, so what I'm seeing on these leaves is a pretty dark line coming like that, like that. That up this way and this way. Like that. And on here, there's only a few. And they go 1, 1, 1, 1. And down here, there's only one. Okay, those are going to be our darkest spots. And now we're going to go in with the, oh, that was the 595. And now we're going to go in with the 590. And this is where we're going to, again, carve out that petal shape. So if it's not sharp, sharpen your pencil. And it looks like it's shadowy to about like there. And also down the tip a little bit and up the side here. All right, now I'm going to come in with I think that might be too light. Let's try this. And then we're going to switch to the 692. Nope. We're going to switch to the 105. I know. Let's make a small blender again. Come in from the side. Oops, I didn't roll it up tight enough. And sometimes they don't want to stay, in which case you might have to redo it with another one. Okay. And I think I'm going to do the shadow a little bit deeper with the 595. All right, and then use the smaller blender again. Use our pinky and draw it away from the rose to blend, not towards, but away. Okay. Now we're going to come in with our 105 again. And now there's just some little lighter areas among the shadow up in here. And then tap those back. Like that, and then we're coming in with this real bright yellow now. This is the 210. There's even a little tip of orange there. There's just a couple little really bright yellow spots. Right, and now we're going to go back to this dark one. I don't think this is dark enough for the shadow. We might have to come in with some blue. Just putting in our little details here. We'll see after this if we need the blue or not. I'm going to take the 575 and glaze a light layer of this yellowish green over everything here to blend it together a little bit and give it some cohesiveness, and also to give it the correct tone. Okay, and then I'm going to come up on these pointy leaves here. Okay. And then this side is a little bit more yellowy than the other one for some reason. We'll do some of these lighter patches in here. And then we'll come over it with the 590. All over it like this. I've got to come back and make these more pokey. They're not pokey enough. These leaves are pretty sharp. Blend that together. Add a little bit more where you see the paper still. All right, go back to your lighter, yellowier one, which is the 575. And then back to the darker one again. This is the 590. This side has less details in it, so you can't really see the veins as well. It's more just a alternating of colors on this side, really. I'm gonna grab my blender here. Get a smoother base layer going on this side. All right, now right down this middle, it's darker on this side. Right, and now we're going to come through with this yellow and make the leaves a little pokier than they were. And we're going to take our, where is it? This one, the almost orangey one, 305. And you can see just on, there's a little bit on the very edges of things. What are you eating? Sorry, my dog stole one of my Q-tips and is eating it behind me. Just a couple bumps on the edge here. Now we're just going to tap and rub slightly on these. I blended it too much. Okay, so we got to come back in with this now. We might have to touch up the background too. Here, yeah, this is what I should have done here. Blend the orangey spot in with your lighter yellow, which is the 692. That's much better. And now we'll put in a few of these highlighty spots with the 692 over here too. Tap those in. And now finally we'll take the very dark one, the 595. And there's just the faintest hint of some of these lines over on this side. It's not anywhere near as bright as on the other. a little more of the yellowy green, which is the 575. And then I'm going to come in with the blue. I am the Faber-Castell, the 151. Really lightly though, because this is dark. And make sure it's really sharp. Just to make this shadow a little more noticeable. Darken it up. Yeah, okay. Make a smaller blender again. Rip some of that off. Roll it up in your fingers. There, that's better. And I'm even going to use this blue to put in these veins here, because they'd be darker there. And then we'll come back and tap that out with our blender. Let's use our finger. Stay away from the edge though. Okay, now let's just clean up that edge here with a little of the peachy color. And add in a little more highlight here where I think it needs it. My fingers are getting kind of dirty. Okay. Now let's move on to this next leaf. I'm going to go in with the 575 and do a light layer of this all over the whole thing. And actually, we're going to do the same thing down here too. So now let's take our 105 and put in some of the highlight areas that we see here. It's kind of patchy over here, almost like dragon scales or something, fish scales. And there's a bright yellow line that goes right down the edge here. And again with the edge there. This one has a lot more orange on the edge on this one. All right, now let's take our, let's take our 590 and start filling in some of these darker patches that we see. And this side's a lot lighter than the other side. So I think I'm just going to do another layer of this over the top of this over here. And then layer this over this side again. You can see how just layering this lighter color is sort of smudging and blending and smearing everything together. And let's see. This side is actually both these sides are fairly dark. Let's switch to the 590. And down this side too. Alright, now we're going to add some more of this darker up on this side. Trying to sort of follow that patchy look. And now let's smear this with our finger, just being careful as we get close to the flower. Okay. I'm going to take this lighter yellow and do some more patchy highlighting up in here. And some more down in here. And then I'm going to take this medium green 590. Out. Out. It's not time for your walk yet. You're 45 minutes too early. I'm just defining some of the edges over here too. Might want to make sure your pencil is sharper than mine is. Okay, now we're going to take this one and make sure it's really sharp for this. We're just drawing in some of those veins and lines that we see that are sort of making that patchy dragon scale look. But all my pets are making noise now. Rita's playing with her ball. The dog wants a walk. They decided early that they wanted attention today, I guess. Tap those back a little bit, or a lot, depending on how you feel. And then let's do the veins more softly on this side. This side is a little more out of focus. And take the lighter yellow again and just re-emphasize some of these highlights that got smudged a little bit too much. And I think some of these are so light that we're going to come in with this light blue, which is 435. Is that my lightest one? Yeah, it is. Really lightly. Go over those. And now I'm going to sharpen this. This is the 590. And I'm going to come back in here and do some defining of these edges here. If your finger's pretty dirty like mine, be careful here. I did end up giving an indication of a blurry stem there. And this orangey red, this is the 305. And this time we're going to be smart and come in with the lighter yellow. And it almost looks like this is the 645. Along in here. This would be a good color for the edges too if you don't want them as bright. Alright, now we're going to take our 590, and this is pretty dark here, right there. And there's going to be a lighter vein right there that we'll come back and put in. And then do the lighter green there. There. And the vein here is darker. Let's do the darker over here too. And the lighter yellowier green again, this is the 575. This is dark here, but light on that side for some reason. And then the lighter yellow, which is the 692 for the stem. And then right there, the light for some reason. Okay, we're coming into the home stretch here. We're really almost done now. All right, let's see, there's some lighter green along over in here. Okay, I'm going to blend this gently with my finger. It's already kind of blended from using the lighter colored pencil on it. This one doesn't have as much detail, but it does have some, and it does have some of these lighter highlights. Right there, and right there, and over in here there's a little bit, and along this edge. Just okay, I think we're almost done here, everybody. Let's see. Maybe just a little touch up of this edge over here. And a little bit right here. A little bit down the middle here and on this vein. I think I would like to take this 645. I'm going to go right along right here. Tap that in. And a little you know what, I'm going to get my paper now so I don't smudge this. A little 645 right along here. And tap that in. Maybe right along there. And I'm going to do a little of this yellowy green here on this leaf too. I feel like that wasn't very well defined. And this edge is pretty dark here, so I'm doing the 645 along this edge too. Make sure your pencil's nice and sharp for this. And then tapping that back. And then I think I'm going to take the 311 and go right along that edge to brighten it up a little. So now we're just going along touching things up here and touching up edges. This is the 642. And I'm going to go around this one with the 642. And then go over it with the 311 to soften it. here too. Make sure your pencils are really sharp. A little more 642 right in here. And then again over it with the, oh, for God's sakes. Over it again with the 311. And I'm going to grab the peachy color and make sure that's nice and sharp. And that's not sharp. A little bit of light right there that I missed. And I'm looking over here, maybe some little hair-like things over here. And some little dots maybe on here. And this side too. The peachy color is the 651. No, is it? No. 631, 681, the number's rubbing off. I think it's 631. And then it extends up here. And this is pretty bright and it's gotten a little smudged. All right, now we're gonna go along this edge here with the peach. Sharpen it up. And this edge here too. And you know what, along this edge too. I'll lighten this up a little bit. And then we're gonna come over here and go along this edge. Take your 311, soften that edge there if you think you need it, then go back to the peach and smooth that in. .311, peach, this edge right here, this edge right here, this is a little bright right here. I'm going to tone this down with a 311. And along here too, this is too bright. Tap it in. A little of the light peach here. And I think that's it. A good thing you can do is to stand up and walk away a few feet and see if you like it as if it were hanging on the wall. And I think I'm actually maybe gonna go through with this 642 and darken up the contrast here in a few areas. So there, and here, and through here. And through here. You could also use this is the 642, you could use the 645 as well if you wanted a more red tone. I'm going to go over that with the 311 right here. And the peachy color, I feel like it's more noticeable here than I made it. And then a more sharp dividing line with the 311. And there it is. I hope you guys had fun doing this with me today. And I think it'll make a beautiful present to give someone, your special someone for Valentine's Day, or your mom for Mother's Day. And I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you next time for another tutorial. Thanks, bye.